It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, it's official. Donald Trump announces his 2024 White House bid.
And I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
And reaction pours in over what the former president did and did not say during last night's speech. We're live with the latest. Then, Idaho murder mystery. Questions surrounding the violent killing of 4 college students, a tight-knit community on edge.
It was very, very traumatic.
What we know about the investigation so far. Plus, sticky situation. A look at the viral trend of people taping their mouths shut while sleeping.
What do your friends say when you tell them that you tape your mouth every night?
Oh, they think I'm crazy.
As experts sound the alarm over potential dangers.
You're risking things like cardiac arrest. It can induce seizures. There's a lot of risks to it.
What you need to know. And the nominees are.
It's not the same as it was.
The Grammys announced this year's nominations. We go inside the snubs, surprises, and history being made.
You won't break my soul.
Today, Wednesday, November 16th, 2022.
Shout out to our fellow New York City nurses. Good morning to my husband Malik in Chicago. Today, I'm turning 65. Visiting from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And Tacoma, Washington.
So let's keep waking up dreaming.
Hi to my parents watching in Cincinnati. Cotton View, Alaska. Rutland.
From Kingston Springs, Tennessee.
Jamaica, Minnesota.
I got a little boost for y'all. A 6-year-old boy had his dream come true, and it happened at a Keith Urban concert in Peoria, Illinois last week. Kellen Hammock was in the front row with his mom and dad. He was born with fluid in his brain, but Kellen has overcome so many obstacles, and now there he was, rocking out with Keith Urban, who stopped his show to speak with Kellen and his family.
When he was born, they said he would never walk or talk, and now he knows all your songs.
He loves you! Oh my God!
Kellen's never going to forget that fist bump. He spends a lot of his time listening to Keith's music. He imitates him. And by the way, recently he had eye surgery. He didn't want to wear his protective goggles. And then his parents showed him a picture of Keith Urban wearing glasses.
Wow.
So he put them on.
Wow.
Sweet.
Bruce, we need it this morning. Still ahead, music and motocross stars, apparently they're just like us. And we're going to dive into this very relatable debate that's tied to washing the dishes that Pink and her husband just sparked on Instagram.
Okay, and coming up next, well, there are health risks behind the latest TikTok trend. A closer look at something called mouth taping. Some people say it gives you a better night's sleep. A lot of doctors say it's dangerous. We're going to get into it right after this.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
We're back 8:15 with the latest wellness trend. It's gone viral. It's called mouth taping.
Okay. I hadn't heard of this one.
All right.
If it sounds weird, well, because it is. It's exactly what it says. It's people taping their mouths shut before they go to bed, and the goal is getting better sleep.
This is where we are as a society. NBC's Morgan Radford is here. It also sounds like it could be a little dangerous, too.
Look, that's what the medical experts are saying. In fact, they are sounding the alarm. But for those who swear by it, they say it can actually be a game changer, one they're not stopping anytime soon.
Some people tape their mouth shut like this.
This way?
It's the latest viral health trend.
You're getting deeper sleep.
With nearly 40 million views on TikTok, even Gwyneth Paltrow touting its benefits, calling it the single best wellness tool she'd found recently.
You're literally going to tape your mouth shut.
The claim that putting tape on your mouth at night can help you get better sleep.
But it helps me stay asleep.
A practice that mom of 3, Chance Culp, says has worked wonders.
I just press my lips together.
That's it?
That's it.
How did you hear about mouth taping?
I just saw a TikTok that said taping your mouth shut when you sleep helps you stay asleep all night. I'll try anything once. And I tried it that night. I taped my mouth shut with just a little piece of medical tape. Just, and I slept like a baby. I stayed asleep all night long. And I've done it every night since. I've not skipped a night.
A feeling doctors say does have a scientific explanation. Health experts at the Cleveland Clinic say breathing through your nose may have a lot of positive health effects, like lower blood pressure, filtering out things that might cause allergies, and even decreased anxiety. Meanwhile, mouth breathing has a lot of negative side effects, including sleep disorders, bad breath, and even gum disease and misalignment of the upper and lower teeth.
We need to have more studies to really understand if it's effective. So we don't recommend it overall.
But it's a trend that has some medical experts sounding the alarm, calling it dangerous.
You're risking things like cardiac arrest. It can induce seizures. There's a lot of risks to it. So if your airway is already obstructed through your nasal passage, and now you take away the only area that you can actually get air through, it can cause a lot of problems.
You can literally just put it on your mouth like this.
Concerns 32-year-old mom of 3, Lindsay Polidor, also heard when she first tried it more than 4 months ago.
What do your friends say when you tell them that you tape your mouth every night?
Oh, they think I'm crazy. They wonder how my marriage is alive.
And how has it been since? Have you noticed a difference?
I've noticed a huge difference. Yes, I've since upgraded from the medical tape to actual mouth tape brands, but I sleep a lot better. I noticed that I just have a much deeper sleep. I wake up a lot more rested. I do credit mouth taping to becoming more of a morning person. So I can wake up now at, 5:45 without feeling exhausted. It's a lot more than just some, TikTok trend.
TikTok trend. So one thing the medical experts we spoke to really do want to stress is that you should speak to your doctor before trying anything like this. They say if you are actually having trouble getting really good restful sleep, then it might be a bigger problem than just how you're breathing, and in fact be something that they'd want to test for so that they can find a safer, scientifically tested treatment, guys.
Okay.
Silence on the set, right?
Did you try it or no?
I didn't, but I tell you, being pregnant, I will do anything to get better sleep, so I might try it tonight.
Don't take be careful, Maria. Be careful.
Please don't
Think
do
the baby and I'll be okay? No, just one little strip.
Hey, everybody, 8:30. It's a Wednesday morning. It is the 16th day of November, 2022. Y'all, these people who are on the plaza deserve a lot of TV time and airtime.
Yes.
We're so happy that you guys are all here, and across the street, our beautiful tree. You guys see the star went up?
They're testing out some of the lights.
The star's even bigger
Pretty
in
cool.
person.
Oh, awesome.
Testing out the lights right now, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Star goes into place. Coming up, by the way, this half hour, guys, we are going to take you to Music City. We'll go to Nashville, where the Tennessee Titans are really helping make a difference in the lives of student athletes there. You do not want to miss what happened when we brought some exclusive, exciting news that's really going to be a game changer down there. We're going to do that in just a few moments.
Cool. Then Jill's along. She's going to wrap up the first of our holiday series, Steals and Deals. She's got some great gift ideas for the little ones.
Love the Jill Martin ideas. Coming up in the third hour, by the way, less is more in our Consumer Confidential. How to spend less time, less effort, most importantly, less money on this year's Thanksgiving feast, guys.
And don't forget, coming up on the fourth hour, we've got another live audience. Y'all, it's been so much fun. We got tons of surprises. cool guests. We've got Ben and Aaron Napier from HGTV's Hometown, and they're going to share some creative ideas. But the Trip-A-Day giveaways are insane.
I love that.
I mean, we just gave a trip to Peru. It's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, pretty cool. I know.
This portion of Today is sponsored by Voltaren, proud sponsor of NBC Universal's Support of Caregivers.
All right, guys, and while we are out here, Miss Dillon, we want to introduce you to a remarkable family on the plaza. Meet the Capolongos, Mom, Teresa, Dad, Rob, and their kids, Michael and Victoria. It is so great to meet you. I'm so happy to see you. You're retired NYPD, you're a nurse, and you guys got together for a cause that is just so near and dear to your hearts. Tell us about it.
Michael's Cause is the organization that we had started back in 2010 when our son Michael was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Our goal was to raise as much awareness and funding as we could to find a cure. And happily, I would like to say that we have funded millions of dollars toward research, and we're going strong.
Tell me a little bit about your wife for a second, if you wouldn't mind. I mean, she works tirelessly, as do you, but you know that she's just something super special.
My wife, Teresa, is pretty much an unbelievable person, to be honest with you. She's 20 years as a nurse, now a nurse manager in the NICU and pediatric unit. And when my son Michael was diagnosed back in 2010 with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, she jumped right in with handling his medications and the doctors throughout the country and so on. And she's been an unbelievable support mechanism, not only at home but also at work. And she's done all this in the midst of everything else. She's also a breast cancer survivor, you know, and she's still been able to, you know, to focus on her family and her home and her work.
You know, so we wanted to talk about the cause, but Teresa, this is actually a day especially for you. We have something special for you, don't we, Dylan?
We certainly do. You know, it's National Family Caregiver Month, and because of all you do for your family, our sponsor, Voltaren, has a surprise for you, and they are donating $5,000 to Michael's cause.
It's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
But that's not all.
It's not all, because I think as a family, you guys deserve some time to get away, make memories together as a family. So Voltaren is also giving you, as a family, 4 days, 3 nights at a destination of your choice, at a time of your choosing.
Or an hour
getaway, just
by
for
the
you
way,
guys.
you've earned so much rest and relaxation for everything that you've done. So we just wanted to say, thank you. Michael, you're amazing too. It's so nice to meet you. How are you doing? Good. Oh, we love you, honey bunch. What's your name? Just want to make sure we introduce the whole family. We got everybody
There's
in.
one we're missing. My son Bobby is actually at college taking 3 tests this morning and wishes he could be here. So.
A lot of love to Bobby too. Thank you guys so much, and thank you for everything that you're doing. We love you guys. Thanks. All right, coming up next, Greg's Adventure in Nashville, bringing some very exciting news to an inspiring group of young athletes. You don't want to miss it. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. It is a special time across the country with most high school football seasons wrapping up.
It sure is. And it's going to be even more memorable in Nashville thanks to a super big announcement we are bringing to you exclusively.
Yeah, you know, Music City, it's a pretty big football town, too. Not only is it home to NFL's Tennessee Titans and some solid college programs, there's also a strong high school football tradition there. And this morning, we can announce that each of the city's public high schools is set to receive a pretty incredible gift. $1 million each to put toward a new field or other athletic facility.
East Nashville is a powerhouse in high school football in their division. They're 10-2 this season and in the playoffs, hoping to make it back to the state championship game. Guided by third-year coach Jamal Stewart and a talented group of seniors, they take a lot of pride in their team. They just wish they could say the same about their home field. Coach Stewart says they're the only area high school without a practice field, and they share the one they have with the boys and girls soccer teams, middle school teams, as well as the marching band. All that traffic has left the East Nashville home turf threadbare. Coach Stewart says you can see the difference every time they play on an opponent's home field.
Sometimes you can see in their face they really wish they had some of the things that other opponents have.
Why does it matter, like, the kind of field you play on, the kind of stadium you play in?
Just it feel like other people are invested. You want to feel like, hey, it matters to someone else other than just us. Not just because of the football games, it's really more about the community.
Players like senior wide receiver Frank Gordon have learned to do more with less. When you travel to other schools and you see other fields, other facilities, what do you think?
They got the best of the best, and we got this. Trying to just get what we got to work what we got.
But that is about to change, at least for future athletes. Nashville is announcing this morning that each of the city's 15 metro high schools will get the chance to build brand new athletic fields. That's due to a $5 million gift from the Tennessee Titans to the city's athletic fund for public schools. Mayor John Cooper says the city is not only matching that donation, but plans to raise another $5 million through private donations. That will allow each of the 15 schools to receive $1 million to put toward a new field or some other athletic program. What was the impetus behind this announcement?
So a year ago, star running back from East, they made it deep in the playoffs, wrote me a letter saying, we did our part, we go deep in the playoffs, we don't have a home field advantage. Our field here has just not been invested in for years, and so took us a year to pull it all together.
15 high schools.
15 high schools.
Million a pop.
Million a pop.
The gift could make a huge difference. Just ask former Titans great Eddie George, who's now the head coach at Nashville's own Tennessee State University.
When kids see an investment in their neighborhoods or their location or their high school, they feel like they matter as well too. They're more prone to be proud of where they're coming from, prone to get better grades, because there's a sense of pride now.
This announcement comes as the city is considering a proposal for a new $2.1 billion stadium for the Tennessee Titans. The dome state-of-the-art stadium would sit along the Cumberland River next to the team's current home. A city council vote on the project is likely to come next month. Meanwhile, East Nashville's players will keep bringing it on the field they have, playing for their coach and each other. And maybe by the time their younger brothers are old enough to suit up, they'll be playing on their own field of dreams. By the way, East Nashville continues their playoff run on Friday, so good luck to them. We want to see them do well in the playoffs. We should also make sure that we point out that the Titans say that this gift to the city's student athletes is in no way tied to that proposed stadium. They say they plan to give those funds no matter what happens in order to give back to those communities who have supported them. And it's fascinating if you look at the trajectory of Nashville. A lot of it can actually be traced back to the late 90s and when the Titans showed up in Music City, USA. And a lot of the development downtown, a lot of it's tied to what that team has done. So it's good to see them sort of spearheading this effort to give back.
Talk about school pride, man.
Yeah.
That is school pride right
Really
there.
cool. Yeah. All right, guys, coming up next, Jill Martin is playing Santa on Steals and Deals with deep discounts on gifts for kids. But first, this is Today on NBC. Kennedy.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back with Steals and Deals. So all week, we've been kicking off the holidays with special bargains. We've covered the women, we've covered the men, and now it's time for the fun stuff for our kiddos. Our lifestyle and commerce contributor, Jill Martin's back with some of the hottest brands, most coveted toys. These are going to be a top of Christmas list all over the place,
yeah,
right?
Get your fingers ready because these are toys that I know your girls play with too. So we'll get to some of those in a bit. But first of all, I think Craig Melvin will be very excited because his family wears
They
the
love the
matching
matchies,
pajamas.
yes.
And these are also, we have a pup to match as well. So the
cute.
Hannah Anderson family matching holiday pajamas. This is a debut on Steals and Deals, the first time they're on. This is the best offer of the holiday season that this brand will offer. So the retail is $34 to $58. So you can get in the holiday spirit with matching pajamas.
And they're soft.
They're organic cotton, super soft. They come in iconic prints. You can check them all out on today.com. The retail price, $34 to $58 for the set. The deal, $15 to $22 with free shipping. Up to 62% off. Again,
That
the biggest
is good.
deal of the season.
All right, so if anybody loves Magnet tiles or that kind of game, this is like one upgrade.
It keeps kids very busy,
Yes,
right? And also
Picasso tiles.
educational. The Picasso tiles, very famous, creativity, magnetic building block sets. The retail, $119.99. These are so popular, and we have 3 sets to choose from. 120-piece, 50-piece race car track, and the 333-piece magnetic brick tile and magnetic tile combo set. That will keep them busy for a very long time. These pieces are embedded magnets, as many of you know, that let kids create. They're fun, they're educational, and they're creative.
They're really fun.
Yeah.
They're
these are
really
great.
super
and
fun.
all the kids love these.
Yeah.
The retail, $119.99. The deal, $39 for any set. That's 67%
By the way,
off.
you can
That's a
never
great deal.
get these on sale. Okay, these are for kids, a little outdoor activity, these little scooters.
Yeah, these are super popular. And to spare us from doing it, we have a video to show.
Okay.
The Rugged Racers Aero RGB 2-wheel kick scooter. The retail, $149.99. So this is, you see how it works. They're really fun scooters with 3
light up?
flashing modes, and 7 flashing LED colors.
Love it.
Looking at the videos of the kids riding in the dark, you see how exciting these are. Also visibility for safety.
Sure.
Fold for easy storage. Plus, you can adjust the handlebar, and it has a rear foot brake for stopping easily. The retail, $149.99. The deal, $60. That's 60% off.
What age kids do you think for these?
You know what? I'll put it on the site.
Okay.
I want to make sure of that.
Okay,
That's
just for the
a
weight.
good call
Just for
out.
the weight.
Yeah, totally.
All right. This is
You could tell you're a
tons
real
of
mom.
fun.
You could tell you're a real mom.
Yeah, I'm
that
like,
question.
there.
How,
All right.
How old? Okay, this is like for us. I mean, We didn't know if we were going to do like a say anything moment, holding the boombox up in the air,
Love.
or 80s, but this is like really taking you back. The Trendtech Brands Karaoke Bling microphone or mini boombox. The retail $50 to $59.99. So
I love it. Love
so
it.
It tells you what to do. It's ready to pair. So it pairs with any Bluetooth device.
Yes, you can play your music. Your kid can sing. You can
download
sing.
the app.
It's the coolest.
Super easy. And I mean, it just really takes you back. Tie-dye, camo, the bedazzled. Easy to carry around.
Love.
It has a handle. This is a Triumph. The retail $50 for the
Triumph.
karaoke mic, $59.99 for the boombox. The deal $25 for the mic, $27 for the boombox, up to 55% off. To me, this is an adult situation as
You
well.
think it is? Yeah.
Rather
Cool. I
than
love it.
kids.
Love it. All right, let's get to the books.
Love this, a hard book, and especially the kids' iconic books. And look at all the different ones: Bambi and Mary Poppins,
old school,
and Sesame
oldies,
Street,
yeah.
Random House Children's House books, Little Golden Book sets. We have 12 choices of iconic sets, 9 books. The retail $44.91 to $52.91. The deal $21, and you get 9 books in each set, up to 60% off. That's really a beautiful gift. And if you're also giving for toy drives, it's so nice to be able to get all those books.
Super
and to be able
smart.
To split them up.
Okay, this is hours
All
of fun.
here,
What's
I'll let
happening
you
right
roll with
now?
this.
Okay, so what happens
So this
here?
is up and down.
Wait, where?
And
Okay.
this is right and left.
Right and left. Okay, and that's the orange car? Up and down.
The orange car.
Okay.
Now, this is like a really tricked out new version of the electric remote cars. The World Tech Toys electric remote control cars, the retail $99.99. These are super cool. All right, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, and the interior matches the actual car, what it looks like inside. So super cool. They come in different colors. Craig was having fun with these in the break. They go up to 100 feet depending on conditions and battery level. The retail $99.99, the deal $48. That's 52% off. But
The
look how
lights are
cool
on.
these
It's so
cars.
cool.
I know. And the interiors match, which is also super cool.
Yeah, I love it, Jill. That's really, really cool. You could get, you get lost in this one. All right, shop these deals. You know what to do. Scan the QR code or head to today.com/deals. We'll have even more bargains next week.
Here's some Plaza pics. That's Julie and her son Sebastian from Dallas.
Aw.
Sebastian's getting ready to ship off with the Marines.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, I had fun meeting Courtney and Pat. They're from Utica, New York. Good to see both of you lovely ladies.
By the way, a very, very, very happy 12th birthday to Meredith. And speaking of celebrating, Dylan, birthdays?
Yeah, a little older than 12. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's spin around those Smucker's jars and wish a very happy 101st birthday to Sienna White of Riverdale, Georgia. She stays active by walking a mile every other day. Wow.
Amazing.
Let's head to Tingsboro, Massachusetts, where Henry Moulton is celebrating 100 years. You know, he never misses his glass of wine with dinner. So that's the secret. Happy 100th birthday to Sigmund Westerman of Fair Lawn, New Jersey, watching on our New York station WNBC. Sigmund served in World War II. So hello to you, and we salute you for your service. Doris Cohen of New York, New York is 100 years old. She enjoys cooking for her 11 grandkids and 10 great-grandkids. I bet she's a great cook. Millie Hensel of Greendale, Wisconsin is 100. She has never met a stranger. Millie makes everyone feel like family. Love that. And happy 100th birthday to Winston Shirley of the Bronx, New York. He worked as a tailor in the garment district and is proud to say that he and his family are living the American dream.
Love that hat, Winston.
I do too. Looking good.
Guys, quick reminder before we go. Jenna's going to be hosting her first ever Read with Jenna book club event. That's on November 29th. It's a virtual get-together. It's called Conversation and Cocktails. It's with Katie Hayes. She's the author of this month's pick, The Cloisters. So if you want to go, you can scan the QR code there. You can buy your ticket and join Jenna and friends. It'll be a good time.
All right, speaking of Jenna, we're going to have some fun across the street. We've got a live audience ahead in the 4th hour.
Another trip? Giving away another trip?
Giving away another big one.
All right. First, though, in the 3rd hour, from biscuits to bourbon, some award-winning holiday ideas for the foodie in your life. We'll do that after local news, weather, and these messages.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This morning on the third hour of Today, liftoff.
3, 2, 1.
History overnight as NASA sends its most powerful rocket ever into space. What it all means for the next mission to the moon. Plus, seeing red.
I'm not getting tickets.
Taylor Swift fans feeling bad blood after Ticketmaster crashed. What happened when her tickets went on sale, and can you still get them? Then later, feast for less. Our Consumer Confidential to save you time and money on your holiday meal. And then we're raising the bar with a great at-home Start Today workout. Today, Wednesday, November 16th, 2022.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Dylan here with Chanel, and Craig Al is off this morning. Did you guys know we have a huge star? I mean, like maybe one of the biggest stars.
Big. Literally?
Yes, literally the biggest star. Well, it now sits atop the Rockefeller Christmas tree. It's just outside our window. Workers are up there putting it in place, getting ready for the big tree lighting, and it's big night. That occurs in exactly 2 weeks. And Craig said, you said you watched it hoisted to the top, and it's quick.
I wish we had shot like a time-lapse video of it, because last hour I said to someone looking out the window, I was like, oh, look, the star's on the ground. Literally 5 minutes later, star's on top of the tree.
Allie, it's a whole thing. Like, it's a whole process, and they just have it down.
It takes like 20 minutes to get our star on top of like our little Christmas tree. So that's impressive. Well, that is certainly a sign that winter is coming, but here's another one. The storm arrived overnight, depending on where you live, and it did bring some snow to certain areas. We also had sleet. We had a cold rain. We had some freezing rain. Take a look at Wisconsin into Iowa. Wisconsin had about 3 to 4 inches of rain. Iowa had a couple inches. So here's where the storm is now. It's making its way through New England. It's going to race away as we go through the day, but then lake effect snow is going to be the big story. These are ideal conditions for lake effect snow. The water's warm, the air's cold, the winds are crossing over that warm water. We could end up in areas, say, north of Syracuse, 1 to 3 feet of snow is possible. I mean, they're used to it this time of year. This is when it typically happens, but it's turning on. That lake effect snow machine is.
Fortunately, weather was not an issue down at the Kennedy Space Center while we were all sound asleep in the middle of the night. NASA finally launched its Artemis rocket. Third time was the charm. The Artemis rocket paves the way for the next mission to the moon and perhaps beyond as well. No one more excited around 2 a.m. this morning than Tom Costello. He watched it all go down live. He's live from that launch site. Still all good?
All good. Can I just take a minute and have you look at this shot behind me? Look at the clouds, the fog that has rolled in here at the Kennedy Space Center, cutting off the top of the Vehicle Assembly Building, the VAB. So thankfully, at 2 a.m., we didn't have any of this fog. We had clear skies. It was absolutely beautiful. And my gosh, we had an amazing launch. It was so big and so loud. It rattled the buildings, the windows. It set off the car alarms here. We could feel it in our chests. Just listen right now to the voice of Mission Control, and I might suggest you're going to want to show this to the kids when they get home from school.
3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Roaring off Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, the next chapter in America's love affair with all things space.
You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust.
NASA's Artemis rocket, the most powerful ever built, headed for a 26-day uncrewed orbit around the moon. The liftoff at 1:47 a.m. coming after NASA had to scrub August and September attempts due to a bad sensor and a fuel leak. Then Hurricanes Ian and Nicole pushed the launch into November. Overnight, another fuel leak triggered a pause before mission controllers gave the green light to continue.
I'm telling you, we've never seen such a tail of flame. This is just the test flight. And we are stressing it and testing it in ways that we will not do to a rocket that has a human crew on it.
Artemis is the twin Greek god of Apollo with perfect aim, a test flight before astronauts fly a crewed flight around the moon. And then in 2025 or later, a woman and person of color will climb inside the Orion space capsule and eventually land on the moon for the first time since 1972. The ultimate goal, build a lunar base and space station for future missions to Mars. Just like Apollo, the astronauts on Orion will lift off on their backs, but there's 30% more room inside Orion than Apollo, which means there's room for 4 astronauts instead of 3. Now, right over there is a retractable rowing machine for exercise, and right there is a commode. Orion's return will also look like Apollo, but re-entering the Earth's atmosphere hotter and faster, parachuting into the Pacific Ocean. Splashdown for this mission, set for December 11th off San Diego. Okay, and this is important because one of the most important pieces of technology they got to test out is the heat shield underneath Orion. When it parachutes back down to Earth, it's going to be coming in at 5,000 degrees. That is half the temperature of the sun. They got to protect the crew, so they got to test the shield. By the way, we mentioned that they're going to hopefully fly the next crewed mission around the moon, and then eventually another mission landing. 42 astronauts right now are in the astronaut corps, and we will learn probably early in the new year who will be selected for these new missions. And you can imagine that they are all rearing to go, guys.
Oh,
I would imagine.
Hey, Tom, can I just tell you how much I appreciate your excitement?
His enthusiasm.
Because I am so excited to see us going back up to the moon and into space, and I felt your excitement and your laying in the cockpit there, and
all
it
the
was
things.
it was just so great. So thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
If I ever
That's
write a
the
book, I want
first.
him
Can
to
I just
sell it.
say it's the first stand-up I've ever done where I banged on a toilet. And as for the energy level this morning, it's the adrenaline because we haven't slept since 6 a.m. yesterday, but we're about to go to bed.
Well done, and classy for calling it a commode.
We'll see you next week, Tom Costello. Job well done.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to take a turn now to the absolute ticket meltdown. It has Taylor Swift fans feeling all sorts of feels this morning. Tickets for her highly anticipated tour went on sale yesterday, and the demand overwhelmed Ticketmaster. The site couldn't keep up, and the fans got a lot to shout about. Our pal Jacob Soborov is following the story for us this morning. So, Jacob, walk us through how this experience went for you yesterday.
What are you laughing about?
Because the prompter said fans got shut out until it said.
I thought it said fans got a shout out.
What did Dylan say?
They had a lot to shout about.
I tried to make it work. And a lot of fans got shut out.
I thought you did fine. It was a big deal. I've been conducting an in-depth investigation into what happened.
Cool.
Listen.
She blew up your spot.
Listen.
Sobo, I'm sorry.
Listen. It was a big deal.
She's gonna get it roughed up.
People were really disappointed. Chanel, obviously, Chanel.
Tried to make it work.
Anyway, if you guys were trying to get these Taylor Swift tickets, you probably are bummed, like Chanel is, because it was really hard. Ticketmaster crashed. After Ticketmaster crashed, look, tell me, just look at this camera. Ticketmaster crashed. People tried and tried. Millions of people went online. Part of the problem is tickets have soared. New ticket sales have soared post-pandemic. Check this out. Do we have a graphic? I want to show you guys.
Yeah, we do.
Since the pandemic happened, I think we're up like 36%, 37% in concert ticket sales from 2019. So there were a lot of upset people, and they were shouting and screaming and were very upset, and I don't blame them.
What
because
happened?
They love
Was
Taylor
it just
very
too
much.
much for the system?
It crashed. I have a statement you'll be happy to know from Ticketmaster that I would love to read you.
How are they not ready for this? That's what I don't know.
Well, this is what they say. Millions of fans registered for Taylor Swift's verified fan presale. The demand more than twice the number of tickets available.
Wow.
Then on top of that, millions more showed up to try to buy. Some delays. We know it's frustrating. We worked as quickly as possible to adjust. Thanks, everybody, for their patience. And there's a whole nother sale today, presale. And then Friday, the regular ticket sales are happening.
Oh, boy.
We're going to be cool, guys.
They're going to be shouting
We're
about
going to
it,
be
that's
cool.
for
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
The Swifties are going to be okay.
I think so.
Chanel. Work with me here.
They did shout.
They're going to be shouting for the. Thank you, Jacob.
That was my pleasure.
So Taylor Swift is also celebrating some big Grammy news this morning.
That's right.
She's up for a Song of the Year.
True.
The nominations came out. You know what's going to happen.
I hope
I'm gonna
you mess
butcher
up
this.
so bad. I can't wait for you to stumble through this.
Nominations came out
Go
yesterday.
slow.
Leading the way, Beyonce. She led all nominees with 9 total. And get this, her husband Jay-Z earned 5 nominations. So now they are tied for the most nominations of all time with 88 each.
Also among the nominees this year, by the way, Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar picked up 8. Adele, she's up for several awards as well. She earned 7 nominations for her album 30. Also, some history was made with the announcements yesterday. Bad Bunny earned the nomination for Album of the Year, and it is the first Spanish-language album ever recognized in that category. Wow. He's arguably the biggest star on the planet right now, Bad Bunny.
All right, and this year, keep an eye out for Viola Davis. She's nominated for her audiobook, and if she wins, she will complete the EGOT. The Grammys take place February 5th.
Okay.
That's awesome for her. All right, well, now we want to show you something that is absolutely going to brighten your morning. At least we hope so. Take a look at this video. This is a reporter in Kenya doing a story about baby elephants. Well, one of them is just a little curious about them. So you see here the elephant sneaks up from behind and interrupts the reporter.
Doesn't flinch.
Here's the thing, he tried to keep it together, too. Like, he was going to try it, and he couldn't help
until the elephant destroyed his live shot and ripped him apart.
You have to, sore subject?
I know, right? Hashtag too soon.
You have to listen to him go on YouTube and listen to him laugh. It's the best.
The smile was so genuine. I love
good.
That was sweet. All right, well, when we come back, our Consumer Confidential, from meal prep to leftovers, we are going to save time and money on this year's Thanksgiving dinner. And then later, something's cooking in Studio 1A because we are catching up with the breakout star of The Bear when Ayo Edebere joins us live. We'll be right back.
Beautiful.
You redeemed yourself there.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Thanksgiving next week. If you haven't started planning or you're putting together your shopping list, we have a Consumer Confidential that's going to help save you some time and certainly save you some money. Senior consumer and investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen on the case. So part of what happens in the holidays for a lot of folks is it feels like this endless barrage of trips to the grocery store. What's the best advice for just cutting costs there?
First thing you want to do is plan for how many people you're going to have and actually delegate out the portions, right? Because a lot of us have leftovers, we have food waste. So there's this website from the Natural Resources Defense Council. It's called the Guesstimator. I want to show you how it works. It's very cool. You can plug in exactly how many adults, how many children you have, how many days of leftovers do you actually want, and it will walk you through and tell you what you should buy for each category, like how many potatoes, how much meat you should plan.
So cool.
So that is a lifesaver. So Guesstimator is what it's called. The other thing to do is shop your pantry first. Once you get your list of ingredients for all the things you want to make, maybe it calls for chicken broth. Do you have vegetable broth? You could probably use that. If you have old milk that you're not going to drink, maybe you can cook with it to make the buttermilk biscuits. That's what Monte Carlo from Budget Bite says you can do. I know. Dylan's like, a little sketchy. The other thing is, just this weekend I was looking for ribs, and I was like, I don't know which shop, it's not something I normally buy. I use that app, Flip. And it told me all the sales that were happening in my neighborhood. Oh, my God, I love a good app to help me find a sale, right? And then by now, you should be a member of every single local grocery store that you go to because it takes some effort to clip the digital coupon, but all those dollars add up over the years, and especially at the holidays. And finally, look at unit pricing when you're shopping. That will let you know, is this the best price for butter or whatever it is that you're buying?
Let's talk about some of your ways. I'm looking this here, ways you can feast without a lot of fuss and ways to save for Thanksgiving.
So it's really important, in addition to doing all of the shopping that you're going to do, you do want to look at the first tip, which can be kind of controversial, skip the turkey. So what I mean by this is maybe you skip the whole bird. Maybe your family likes dark meat, so you just buy a bunch of legs and everyone gets, a leg to feast on, and then that's that. Or you just go all out, do the ham. Like Savannah hates turkey, and she always talks about Carson too. So they just do something alternative. Go for pre-made. You don't like turkey either.
No, don't start this.
This is the one time of year that people kind of do. But if you don't like it, go be free.
I didn't know you liked turkey.
I put it on my plate just a little bit.
It's all about the sides for you.
I just make the turkey so I can have gravy.
Yeah. I like a deep fried turkey.
Oh, those are so good.
I don't care. Let me do my segment.
Right?
What's the next one?
So pre-made, Williams-Sonoma has a feast for 8 people. $289 it's going to cost you, but the thing comes pre-roasted, which is great. A lot of grocery stores will do a meal for you that you can pick up. Just don't make the mistake that my dad did one year. Went to go pick it up at 5 o'clock, and the turkey was not cooked. So you need to know if it's cooked or not, because sometimes they're not cooked. And then little things like this, like if the recipe calls for fresh rosemary, use a teaspoon of dried rosemary for every tablespoon of fresh. You can absolutely stretch the things that you have. And then, I love this is my favorite, elevating store-bought items, right? You make things semi-homemade. So the cranberry sauce can come from the can, but you add some spices, some citrus, great. The stuffing comes from a box, add some chestnuts, some raisins, whatever you like,
That's a
celery.
pro tip.
It's actually
Yeah.
good.
That's a
It's
pro tip.
semi-homemade. I love that.
Semi-homemade. I love it. How can you prep in advance to get your kitchen ready and make sure everything's like in order and where you need it?
This is really important, and I love a clean kitchen when you're going to have guests anytime. So Thanksgiving Day, the dishwasher is empty, the trash is empty, and here's a pro tip. You put a bunch of bags in your trash can, so when that bag inevitably fills up, you take it out. There's a fresh bag in there already. Getting all the stain removal stuff ready. The white vinegar, the baking soda, the blotting towels.
Wow.
Someone's going to spill red wine on your white carpet. It just happens every year. Some kid's going to knock over a juice box, so you're ready to go. Elena Besser, who's one of our Today Show chefs, introduced me to the magic potion that is Dawn Power Wash Spray. So I was saying, I love Thanksgiving, I love cooking. Cleanup is kind of the bore. She was like, get that spray, spray it on the baked in grimy stuff. I tried it the other day on a dish, and it totally works. It's
So you don't have
incredible.
to soak it for too long.
You don't have to soak it, and you don't have to scrub forever. Eat everything in your fridge and freezer between now and next week. Don't buy anything extra.
I'm in the process
Clear
of trying to
space.
do that right now.
For your leftovers and for the things your guests are going to bring. And then finally, the little jobs that guests can do, like arrange the cheese plate or the drinks. Don't feel like you have to do it all that day. Put people to work when they come to your house.
People to work, especially if they're related to you.
We're doing something.
Yeah,
We wanna help you out.
exactly.
That's good.
Vicki, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great tips, great tips. For even more great holiday strategies, by the way, you can tune into our Consumer Confidential Holiday Handbook, 10 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be over on our streaming channel today all day.
Good deal. Thank you,
Yes,
Vicki.
you're welcome.
All right, when we come back, the breakout star of The Bear, Io Adebari, is here in her pearls, live to talk about her hit show. I love it. And whether she learned any real-life cooking skills. We'll be right back. I love it.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We are so lucky to be back now with the breakout star of one of the year's biggest TV shows. Io Adebari plays sous chef Sydney in the culinary dramedy The Bear.
She's also done stand-up comedy on Comedy Central. She's appeared in shows like Dickinson, Big Mouth.
And we are so excited because Io is our Today Fall cover star, and she's with us this morning. Good morning to you.
First of all, congrats, cover star.
So let's talk about this cover. Beautiful covers here. I'm seeing them for the first time. These are absolutely stunning. They debuted earlier this morning. You also sat down for an in-depth interview, which folks at home can check out on today.com. How has this whole experience been?
It's been very cool. It's been very fun. It's weird. I'm like what's
is that
going on? Yeah. Joe, who wrote the piece, was like, we went to like a shop after, and I couldn't stop like stepping outside of my body and being like, isn't this crazy? Are you gonna like describe my outfit, the vibe of the place? And he's like, let me do my job.
The vibe of the
answer
place?
questions. Like I'm interviewing. Yeah.
The Bear is a huge hit. I mean, everybody is talking about it. There's so much buzz around it. Is it true that it was actually your parents watching the first couple of episodes that gave you an indication that this was a hit?
Yeah, well, I started as a comedian, so I'm filled naturally just with a lot of shame. And my parents came to the premiere, and my father is like, he watches sports. Yeah. That's his culture. Right. And my mother has fallen asleep in every single movie or TV show we've ever watched together, except for Black Panther, which she said is her favorite movie. And we did watch together, and she did sort of doze off. But both of them stayed up through the whole premiere. And
so
then
you were like, I made it.
Yeah, they stayed up. My dad was like, I think I will watch this. And I was like, okay, great, got a hit.
That's when you knew.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So it's coming back for a second season, obviously.
Yeah.
We understand filming hasn't started yet.
No.
But if you had your druthers, what would you like to see Sydney take on in a season 2?
Oh, well, I mean, like, spoiler alert. At the end of the season, she and Richie have a little bit of an altercation. And so, for me, I think it's so funny. So I really am excited to see where their relationship sort of goes, and also where Sydney and Carmi meet and maybe don't meet sometimes as they're trying to build this new venture together.
Speaking of this new venture and this restaurant, talk to me. I was reading that you had to train extensively, right, with chefs, and talk to me about that.
Yeah, it was so great. I've started doing comedy and writing, and so to be like training, I was like, ooh, I'm a little actress.
Can you cook?
I'm like pretending. I can cook. I like to cook. My family, I'm half Bayesian and half Nigerian, so those are two places where I think the food's pretty solid. And our family just gathers around food a lot. So
those are your hands. I always watch a show like this, and I'm like, is that really
my
them?
friend's mom, one of my best friend's mom, who is a chef, she called me and was like, I know those aren't your hands. And I was like, those are my hands. Those are my hands. I learned something.
Good for you.
So will those hands be cooking Thanksgiving dinner? Is there like this?
Well, my mom never let me into the kitchen before. I'm also like, I'm 27 now. You know what I mean? It's like, you cannot. You are a child. And after the show, she's been like, so what are you bringing? Cheese? Are you helping me with the ham? What's going on? So I love it.
But now you should be able to not only cook in the kitchen, but maybe lead because you're in the show. I don't know.
I like to relax. You know, I like
Exactly.
to hang out,
That's true.
catch the Lord of the Rings marathon in pieces as it's going on the TV. I don't know.
We wanted to talk to you about this big honor, this Time Next 100. And Quinta Brunson, I want to make sure I read it accurately here, because for folks who don't know, this is the next generation of leaders that are honored. Quinta Brunson, she said something very kind about you, saying in part, she gave one of the most clear-eyed portrayals of the modern working black girl I have ever seen on screen in a really long time. She's a great friend and an even better actor. What kind of friend and mentor?
Me so deeply uncomfortable, vulnerable. It just means so much. Quinta is somebody who is like an actual friend, and somebody who I am so proud to know, not just as like a person, but also because of what she's doing. And so to have her say that about me was really special. What if I was like, I Venmo'd her $15?
That's all she charges.
Yeah,
All right, I'm out.
so cheap. Send her $15.
Io, you are a delight. Congratulations on all of this. You
Thank you
guys
so
have
much
to
for
check
being
out,
here.
the full Today interview and the beautiful pictures. Just go to today.com.
And come back.
What a photo.
Come back
Oh,
often.
wow. Who is that?
You're always welcome here. Coming up next, we're going to help you plan your holiday party and shop all day. We're going to start with what to wear. And then later, biscuits, bourbon, and more. Some award-winning products for the foodie in your life from one of my favorite magazines, Garden & Gun. We'll do that when we come right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
'Tis the season for holiday entertaining, and in this morning's Shop All Day, we have some essentials to turn you into the host with the most. Shop All Day editorial director Adriana Brock is here, so scan that QR code to see these picks. And Adriana, we've been judging all of these things, and we want all of them. So
I know. I'm
we're
so
for
excited
this.
to share them. And this first one is a really good sort of fashion tip for the women and the men, and it's all about sweaters because fall is sweater,
A man could wear that?
weather.
No, we've got one for the guys over here.
oh.
The first one we have for the women here is a
Yes,
sweater
Craig.
dress, which is quintessential for fall.
That's perfect.
This one's great because you could just throw it on with tights and boots, and it's your one and done outfit. And I love this because it comes in over 35 different colors.
Oh, wow.
Starts at $29.99, and guys, it has pockets.
Oh,
You need,
Yes.
every woman knows
That's
you
so
need
cute.
pockets. Yeah, so this is great if you're
I
a
could
guest.
see you in that.
Yeah, you love sweater
I
dresses.
know I have a lot of sweater dresses.
It's
Maybe
a-
I'll wear one tomorrow.
Exactly.
Okay,
And then
let's
for
talk
the
about
guys, we have a great classic
I love a
quarter
zip-up.
zip. I love this because it's kind of like a instant way to dress up for the guys. My husband's always wearing his like Philly sports t-shirts, and then he throws one of these on and he
then
looks
ta-da!
yeah,
Yeah, right?
Like one and done.
And this is Wrangler, too,
And
right?
this is Wrangler. It's under
nice.
$25. Comes in a bunch of colors. And actually, we found this one on Amazon, and they have a program where you could try before
Yes,
you buy.
I know. I've been doing
so
that.
it's $0, and then
Oh.
if you like it, you keep it. If you don't, you return it. So
bad.
It's not
you
as
know,
difficult to return.
Exactly.
Not that it's hard anyway.
That's good. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that green color, too.
A good knife sharpener makes
Indispensable.
all the difference.
Yes. So when we're all ready to carve our turkeys, let's remember a lot of chefs say the average home cook should sharpen their knives every couple of months. So you want to do
wow.
it before next week. This is $13.99, this little 3-in-1 gadget. So the first step, you just swipe it through. It's going to help repair damage or broken blades. The second one has the V shape, which is really going to help really sharpen the knife. And then the third step polishes it. And it's also good for ceramic knives as well. And so I know
it's intimidating to sharpen your own knives because you're not sure you're doing it right. But
exactly. But this one kind of takes a little bit of the guesswork out because it comes with a cut resistant
I was going to ask you, it comes with a glove?
and the little handle.
Wow.
So all you do is a few swipes. It is a little bit of a learning curve, but it's super affordable, easy hack to try at home.
You love this gadget for hosting a crowd.
Amazing. Love this. Okay, if you guys want to be the host with the most, get one of these. It's $34.99, and I think there's a $5 coupon on the website for it. Okay. You could charge 6 devices at once.
Wow.
So all your guests will be happy and juiced up with all their phones to take all the family photos and take all the video. It comes with 3 lightning cords for Apple devices. 2 micro USBs one micro USB and 2 USB-Cs. So you could charge literally every kind of
What is
gadget.
this? Craig
And
pointed
this is for Apple Watches. So it has, it doesn't come with a charger,
right, but
it
put the
comes
charger
with a
there.
stand. So
Oh, that's awesome.
you literally get everything juiced.
Very cool.
This is really cute.
Okay, this is great. I love this. Not just as name cards, but you can also use it to label all the food and know
good
any
point.
allergens. Because when you're the host, you don't need people like screaming like, "What's this? What's that?"
in
Like
this?
lifting the lid
Yes.
and shouting out, "There's nuts in that," or this isn't gluten free. You can do it with this. It's a pack of 20 for $7.99, and you can reuse them. And they're super cute.
It's also cute.
Yeah, they're just cute.
I know. It's fun to write on.
This is perhaps our favorite
I am obsessed with
item
this
here.
because I have a huge
know,
kids
you guys
table.
were really excited about this one, and so am I, because, we can't forget about our young guests. They're the most important, and we all know the kids' table is where it's at.
So
we
you
all
wanna-
want to be
you
there.
wanna keep them busy
And
over
so
there,
you
too.
keep them
Oh my
busy
God, I
with
love
this.
this.
This is a Christmas-themed one, but there
is
is a
genius.
Thanksgiving-themed one as well. It's $34.99.
Done.
And look at how big it is. And it's great because it gives something for the kids to do.
And they have
come with these
placemats too?
markers?
And you could do a placemat too if you want. The placemat is a little bit different because it comes with special markers that are washable, so you can reuse it over and over
Look at
again.
my candy cane. See my candy cane?
Amazing.
Just
There
look
are
at
Something so therapeutic about color.
I know, right?
It is. And
This isn't just for kids, Adriana.
You can turn it into a game,
Totally
give the kids
relaxed
something
right
to do, color it in by dinner time, and see who wins.
That's great.
this is
Did you see
great.
this one?
I might use
Yeah,
this
I
for
know,
kids.
this is awesome. For
And it's
adults, too.
Reusable.
Wow.
Oh, I just saw
Adriana,
that.
this was awesome.
Yeah, you can wash it and color it over and over again.
Thank you so much. Be sure to check out Shop All Day Holiday Hosting. It's streaming tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Today All Day.
All right. When we come back, we're going to head down south for the best of the best in food and drink, from popcorn to port products that earned top honors from our friends over at Garden & Gun. Then a little bit later and start today, a workout that you're going to love. There she is. Fitness star Allie Love is in the house. She's going to show us some moves we can do at home. Third hour today, right back after this.
Look at my Christmas ornament.
That's beautiful.
This is fun. I think
That's beautiful.
this is so nice.
So wait a minute, I missed this one.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, 'tis the season for celebrating, and just in time, our friends at Garden & Gun magazine, they're back with their annual Made in the South Awards that recognize the best Southern-made products selected by industry experts. And this morning, we are so delighted to highlight winners and runners-up from the food and drink categories. And here to help us do it, Garden & Gun Senior Vice President, Editor-in-Chief himself, Dave DiBenedetto. Dave, thank you, sir.
Thank you
for coming in. Welcome.
It's today's show debut.
Welcome to 30 Rock.
Excited you're
Here. Yeah. And that's good advice to always bring treats when you show up to the stage show. So thank you.
We're excited to start with this first category in food because our buddy Al was one of the judges.
Yes, he was the head food judge. He came down to Charleston, and we went through about 60 products on the table. And these are the top 3.
He was taking it seriously, too. You can tell.
I know, right?
Yeah,
We've been snacking on this popcorn.
This is the runner-up popcorn. What is this? What are we eating here?
So this is Poppy Popcorn. This is a company out of Asheville, North Carolina. The idea was to take popcorn to the next level.
Okay.
Right. And what the owner there does is she pairs the popcorn with really great inventive spice combinations. So this is the chai masala, which comes out of a restaurant there, Mirwan Irani, has the Spice Walla line.
Okay.
And that's just next level.
Chai popcorn.
Yeah. They're made in Asheville.
And my kids, they'll eat that whole bag.
Yeah, I could too.
Yeah.
So now this next one, I told you, I was like,
Yeah, you were dubious.
Onion jam.
You've been raving about this.
So Butcher and Bee Restaurant in Charleston, a great place. They used this on their roast beef, and it became so popular that when anybody ordered something else, they wanted roast beef. I mean, they wanted this onion jam on the side.
Jam. You like it?
So then they started buying. It's great, right? It's like a secret weapon.
It's smoky. It's sweet.
Yeah.
It's salty.
It's smoked onions, sugar, water.
All right.
That's yummy.
Let's keep
what
it
do we have here?
The winner, the overall winner.
This is overall winner?
Yeah, the overall food category winner.
Can I try it?
Yeah, Cat Head biscuits. So
They're so easy to make too. I was reading the recipe on the back.
Well, that's the thing, right? Basically, out of a restaurant again in Asheville. Asheville's got a crazy food scene going on. What they did here is they cut butter into this mix. So you keep it refrigerated, and all you have to do is add buttermilk and then drop them onto your pan.
They're drop
Wow.
That's it, just buttermilk.
I bet this would be good with that jam.
That is all that it takes.
How much time? Oh, we only have 2 minutes.
Oh, man, we got to roll. We're getting into the good stuff.
All right.
We're in the drink category now.
Yeah. All right. Runners up. Bloody Mary mix. We do a lot of. I keep trying to pick them up.
I know.
A lot of day drinking in the South.
Well, no.
I love Bloody.
East Coast too.
Love Bloody Marys.
I like Bloody Marys.
What's nice about this is it's very fruit forward. Right?
It is.
Yes. It's a
Oh,
light.
that's delicious.
It's like a true tomato juice, and not something that's loaded with all sorts of spices.
Doesn't feel all syrupy either.
Correct. And this company buys the ugly tomatoes that wouldn't have made it.
Oh, that's good.
They're out of Virginia, and they use the ugly tomatoes and make a great Bloody Mary mix.
Let's go from vodka to bourbon here. I had not heard of this bourbon, Dave, until this morning.
Right. Texas whiskey. They make this bourbon. What's special about this is, bourbon's aged 40 years before it can become a bourbon.
Okay.
They then put it in a cognac cask.
Yes.
And let it sit for another year.
It's fantastic.
And it gives it a nice, just a touch of fruit. Just a little inventive, right? If you're going to win these awards or be a runner-up,
you be careful with that.
Yeah.
Be careful with that.
I'm jealous of you guys.
Wow, that is strong.
See, it gets you.
Wow. But
it's
very
just
delicious.
smart. It's fresh. It's new and different. And speaking of that,
Okay.
right? The overall winner. Here's a port coming out
I
of
do like
Georgia.
port.
Yeah, it's really
All right.
good.
Try
Made
this
with
one.
muscadine, which
Ooh,
is
what is
the native grape of the Southeast.
Oh.
They had trouble growing a lot of grapes on their vineyard, a lot of vines. So they resorted to the
Chanel
native.
likes it.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's like, it's Mikey. She likes it. Yeah.
So
This
the
is good.
Muscadine and Chardonnay grapes, which they truck in from California. But again, just a surprising product showing what people in the South, they're creative, they're entrepreneurial, and they're making great stuff.
You know, this was a great gift, too, because it's something you buy for yourself,
Yeah.
Dave,
This
thank
is
you.
delicious.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Today Show. Garden and Gun. Dave, thanks.
I love it. Well, now that we've had some food and drinks, shall we start moving? We'll start today.
Bobby loves like, who are these bums?
I know, some bar moves that all of us apparently can do at home. We're going to show it to you when we come right back.
That port's delicious.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was
you got
trying
it.
to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back with a Start Today fitness routine that is sure to get you on the right track. And here's the key, before the holidays, because we know how that goes. So here to help us is Peloton instructor and Love Squad CEO, Allie Love. Allie, good morning.
Good morning.
I have to tell you, people have been raving about you. I need to just do one of your workouts. So we're so lucky to have you here. Yeah. All right, so the first one you say, I like this, preset to reset.
The preset before the reset.
Preset before the reset.
Yes, because I think most of us, we know we're going into the holiday season, and I'm obsessed with the holidays. Yeah. I'm that annoying friend that's decorating right after Halloween. I'm that person. What ends up happening is we get so consumed with holiday season. We're going to every party, we're drinking, we're eating, we're doing all of the things that we should do. And then on January 1st, we're like, you know what? We need to reset our whole lives.
So true. That's
right?
so true. Okay, so let's talk about this.
So this is the preset. It's like actually we're going to scale back a little bit, be more aware before the holidays hit us and going into the holidays, and kind of do some small behaviors, change the small behaviors. One of the ways to do that is to do an exercise you've probably never done before. So most of us probably bike.
Yes.
Most of us probably run.
Run.
But do you do bar?
No.
I know, exactly.
But it's just as good of a workout.
It's just as good of a workout. It's great because a lot of us, the posture starts to get hunched over the older we get. So this helps with our posture. It works local muscles instead of those global muscles. So we're going to start with one of my favorites, a grand plie. Also, the common misconception is a grand plie is that you just start to squat.
I'm like back in ballet.
Yeah, exactly. So toes on the diagonal. Get your feet as wide as
Off the
they can.
mat or on the mat?
Anywhere you want.
Okay.
Toes on that diagonal. And all you're going to do is
Keep
drop
your
it
toes
to my
away
toes.
from
I need to get a pedicure.
No one's looking at your toes.
They look good. Yeah, let's go. Well, this is the good thing about bar. No matter what your toes look like or how you look, everybody's body is welcome. Yeah? All right. You're going to squat down, drop those hips to the floor. And then you're going to externally rotate your knees to the side and then bring it up. What you're doing is you're firing up your glutes. So you want to do is just drop down. I know.
And why is the alignment of the knees so important here?
Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to limit your range of stance and start to push your knees forward, because that's how you create some knee issues. So you want the knees to be in line with the ankles as much as possible when you go down. And once you get that moment, that's where you stop. And then you bring it up.
How long are you stopping down there?
You can stop however long. Let's try it and bounce an inch up, an inch down.
Oh, okay. Now you're just turning this into like a class. Oh, a class.
Okay, there you go.
Good.
This is turning on the glutes, the hamstrings, external rotators.
Does that feel great?
Great. All right. Let's move into the next one.
Let's do the next one. This one we hold onto a chair.
Yes. So this could be a chair, a wall. I say a kid's head, whoever, whatever you need. Let's go parallel feet. We're gonna go on the diagonal so we have room.
Okay.
And all you're gonna do is straighten your leg to the side, point your toes. Your knees are facing the wall, and you're gonna lift an inch, lower an inch without touching the ground.
I do this when I'm waiting for like water to boil.
There you go. Soften in that standing leg. Now this is working.
I swear.
This is what she does when she's cooking.
No one believes that.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Think about it.
I'm waiting for water to boil.
I'm not lying. Okay, now I want you to hold at the top. Hold and pulse. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hold. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, how did it? You feel that? Yeah, we forget about the outside of the body. We only want to work the inside of the body. All right, let's do one more. One more. Sounds good. Okay, feet parallel. Let's make a little small V. So it's like a pizza at the bottom, a little slice of pie. Plie down. Lift your heels 2 inches, just 2.
Okay.
And then slide down 6 inches. Okay.
You're not doing it, Craig.
Show me again.
Okay, so you're gonna go for a pie slice. Slide down 2 inches, bending your knee. Lift your heels 2 inches, slide down 6 inches and hold.
Oh.
Keep the back straight and hold. Now you're in the
I feel this in like my calves.
Yes.
Right?
And now all you're
Do
gonna
you do this when you're boiling water?
Well, this one's new to me, Craig.
This is when she boils
maybe
potatoes,
tonight.
right?
Yes.
When you're boiling potatoes.
Now, how long do you hold this for?
You can hold this usually about 30 seconds. But let's make it fun. Let's make it fun. Okay. So pulse the knees on the Craig, get into
Get back,
this.
back on your mat.
Everybody's buddy welcome here. Come on now. You're gonna go 8, 7, 6, 5.
Oh wait,
Four,
you're going out.
3, yep, 2. Hold out. Squeeze the glutes like you're making lemonade.
You have no coordination.
Straighten the legs. Awesome. Let it go.
You know what? Let me tell you what I learned from this. These are things we could do in our kitchen.
Yes.
You can do it in your living room. You don't need equipment, and there's no excuse.
You need nothing but your own body.
Yeah.
And again, I think we get so caught up, but everything has to be big.
Yeah. I'm like, if I'm not sweating and running, I'm not doing it. You know?
And you feel it.
It's so funny because I take Allie's class and like hearing her in person, like when she was giving me the commands, I'm like, oh, it's like I'm on my Peloton.
Yeah, exactly.
And you listen.
Peloton bar. And boom.
I love it. Allie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and by the way, if you want to join our Start Today Walking Challenge and to sign up for our daily newsletter, just scan that QR code right here under my feet and just go to today.com. Start today. That's it. We'll be right back.
I have to balance out now.
Yeah, this side.
Yes.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're excited for this. Tomorrow on the third hour of Today, Bobby Flay is going to join us and answer your holiday cooking questions.
Love it. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actress Tia Mowry, plus even more fun and surprises for their live audience. There they are.
Folks, we'll see you back here tomorrow, God willing. The creek don't rise.
Oh, we're ready to get this party started. We got a fun show for you today.
Actress Tia Mowry is here, and we can't wait to catch up with her.
Also, we've got hometown stars Ben and Erin Napier. They've got tips for hosting the holidays.
And someone in our audience is getting a huge Chipotle prize. Huge. Hoda, should we do it?
Let's go!
From Studio 6A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
It is Wednesday. It is November 16th. We are live, and we are so happy to see your bright, shiny faces, and happy y'all are joining us.
Great. And can we just shout out, we have one of the best DJs in the world with us, DJ Mad March.
Oh, hello. Thank you for having me. All right, guys. So this is one of my favorite time of the year. It's both of our favorite times because the Grammy nominations are out. They were revealed yesterday. I honestly don't know how they're going to pick Best Album because the number of incredible albums are insane. It's stacked.
Okay, well, you just tell everybody because it's actually so stacked that it's a little scary. Do y'all want to hear?
Yeah.
We have Beyonce.
Adele.
Harry Styles.
Bad Bunny.
Mary J. Blige.
ABBA.
Brandi Carlile, my girl.
Coldplay.
Kendrick Lamar.
And Lizzo. Can I tell you something? I'm just going to go out here, and out of all those, and there's a million good ones, Jenna.
Yes.
I know Beyonce has the most nominations, and I think she's amazing. I think Lizzo is going to have I love me some Lizzo. Lizzo came to the show before she was so fancy.
And how,
so Lizzo,
remember it? We were like, we had chills.
No, like, I always think I would decide, like, what my favorite song is just based on, like, the chemical reaction. But, you know her song about Damn Time? Do you have that one? She's got it. Okay.
She's got it.
Yeah, it's like such a great song.
So if Hal Hager, who is 3, he's my son, was choosing, he would choose Lizzo.
Yeah.
My daughter, Poppy Hager, well, because he's like, turn up the music, turn up the lights. The toddlers love that song.
I know, it's a good one.
My 7-year-old would choose Harry Styles.
Yeah. Yes.
And I would choose him too.
You would choose Harry?
Well, just because of everything.
Yes.
Because of
do you remember when you went to his concert?
I
you were
sure
like,
did.
She lost her mind.
I was like the mom at the concert.
Yes.
But I think it's going to be Beyonce.
You do?
Yeah, Queen Bee. Y'all, it's going to be Queen Bee.
Yeah. She's got a ton of great things out. All right, so there's a big debate, and I think, Jenny, you haven't seen this one yet.
No, I haven't.
So Pink and her husband are having one of the debates that many couples have in their households.
Okay. It's a domestic debate.
It's a domestic debate. So here, it's a basic just household chore. And her husband, as she believes, cannot get it quite right. So just watch Pink.
Good morning. You guys know that we're on to you, right? You know that we know that when you say, babe, this needs to soak, that what that actually means is you're going to put water in it and walk away and act like it never happened. And for the next month, if it stays in the sink, your eyes won't see it. We know.
We know.
She's so right.
You know, okay, so is he a soaker? What does
He's
he do?
a total soaker.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even say, babe, this needs to soak. He just leaves it there and hopes the magic fairy who comes in.
Wait, so are you the cleaner and he's the
I'm the cleaner and he's the dad.
By the way, Jenna, as much as Jenna always looks put together. But no, I said looks put together. No, because
I know where she's going with it.
No. I just had a little shock this morning.
You promised me you wouldn't do this. There's a lot of people here. Go ahead.
Do I have your blessing?
You do. Well, it's too late.
Okay, I was a little surprised because Jen and I know a lot about each other. We know. Anyway, we both had to change before the show, and we were like, oh, we got to go back into the changing room.
Well, first my dress zipper popped open.
Right. But then I noticed. Are you sure it's okay?
You've already done it.
Okay. Jenna never wears underwear. Wait. She explains that it makes life easier.
I think it makes a more pretty silhouette. I also think you don't have to pack as much. There's a lot of pros to it.
Yeah.
I'm sure my mom has never been more proud.
No, but Alex in Wardrobe said it actually does make life a lot
she's
easier.
Team Jenna.
But it's a lot of washing of clothes over and over, jeans, all those things.
She said, do you wash your clothes? And I said, yes, I do. But it's also not like I'm sharing my jeans with you. Although I do steal Savannah's pants on occasion.
Oh, yeah, she does. Oh, yeah. Well,
and I do want to borrow that red suit of yours.
Oh, yeah, you can own it anytime you want.
But I'll wear underwear.
Don't you? I love Jen. Okay, so the Washington Post has a new hot girl food. I guess everybody's eating this.
And we don't know why it's called hot girl food. Frankly, remember when we tried to make it feral girl summer? See? So we want to just go ahead and say right now, this is a feral girl food.
Yes it is.
Here it is.
Okay, ready?
Okay. It's called tinned fish. Evidently, tinned fish is the new sexy food. Of course, we're going to have to try it.
You know what it is? You know what it's also known as? Wait, I know this seems ridiculous. It is, you've had sardines. Apparently,
we try
guys,
not to.
In some of the fanciest restaurants in New York, for an appetizer, they will bring you a can. They will put the can on your plate of sardines. So you peel it back. They serve it to you
with some
as an
lovely bread.
appetizer with lovely bread, cheese, and brown mustard. It's like a thing. People are talking about it.
Now, I think it's...
I like sardines.
I'm just wondering, if in New York it was cool to bring, cat food to the table, if people would go for it. Just because people say it's cool, do we just try everything?
Well, I think so. Do y'all like sardines?
No.
With mustard on it?
She likes...
No?
She likes it. Go.
I like sardines with mustard. And they're packed with protein.
Wait, what's that? Tuna?
I'm not sure. I'm going to try it.
I mean, that's a
Is
fish.
it yucky?
That's like
Are
a
y'all
real
grossed
fish.
out? Is this grossing you out? I'm so sorry, but I'm trying it.
If I gave you a goldfish, would you do it too?
That is horrible. Okay, hold on. A little bit of this. Okay, let's go. Take a bite.
I just spilled.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
You're not going to take a bite? Don't leave me out here by myself.
Okay, fine. I'm doing the tuna, which when I was a teacher, I did used to eat tuna packets. Okay, ready? There's some teachers in the audience.
Okay, we're not pretty eaters. Some people are. We're not. What do you think? Okay. All right. Anyway, if you go to a fancy New York restaurant and you see it on the menu, you'll remember that you saw it here. Not really. I don't. All right. Coming up next.
One of you in our studio audience is about to get an awesome surprise.
Find out.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
One member of our audience.
Okay, you know what that means? It's our
Trip a Day giveaway.
One of y'all in this audience will get to spin the wheel to get a trip to one of our sponsor Expedia's top trending destinations for 2023. Check out all of these awesome cities.
Dublin, Sydney, Edinburgh, Tokyo, Bangkok.
This is like a dream list. Okay.
All right, so we've been asking viewers to tell us about somebody who's deserving. And one of those folks is in our audience right now, but they have no clue who they are. Let's find out who it is.
Hi, Hoda and Jenna. My name is Jean McCool, and I want to tell you about my friend Eileen Kelly. She dedicates her life to helping anyone in need. In addition to her many friends and large family, she is also an active member of her community. She helps those who are sick, and she bakes every weekend for her co-workers at the hospital that she works at. On top of that, she's always up for an adventure. When I needed someone to make the 1,100-mile trip back from Florida to New York, she was willing to join me, and we made a fun trip out of it. Eileen goes above and beyond for everyone. She is the best, and I can't wait to celebrate her.
Oh, Eileen! Come on down!
We love you.
Eileen, we love nurses. Oh, thank you, Eileen. She just told me she loves I'm not wearing underwear. Okay, Eileen.
Eileen, are you ready to spin the wheel? And
Let's
see
spin
where we
it.
wind up?
I won a mug. Wasn't that enough?
She won a mug. All right, take a spin, honey. Let's see.
Wow, that's a great spin.
All right, Eileen, let's see.
Eileen. Announcer, tell us more.
Thanks to our sponsor Expedia, you're getting a voucher for a trip to Edinburgh, Scotland, where you and up to 5 friends will enjoy a 7-day, 6-night hotel stay. Round-trip airfare is included. Edinburgh is known for its rich history, world-famous castle, and breathtaking views from vantage points like Calton Hill and Arthur's Seat. Enjoy!
Who are you going to take with you?
Your
You're going to
friends.
take your friend. Wow.
Eileen, we love you.
What a great group.
Have an
All right.
incredible trip.
All right, guys. Look who is backstage.
Actress and mom Tia Mowry. She's starting a new chapter in her life. She's looking fabulous. We're going to hear all about it right after this.
Gotta get up and move out.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Her Instagram boasts more than 11 million followers, and she describes herself as a lover of family, food, and fun.
It sounds like a lot of us. Let us welcome actress and producer Tia Mowry.
How you doing? I am doing well. Yeah. Thank you so much for asking. I'm doing good.
We're so happy you're here. We just had your sister.
I know.
We love her.
Yeah. And I love her too. I just talked to her I talked to her 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm. She is. So do you all feel like you're each other's kind of North Star? Does it still feel that way?
Oh, yes, definitely. Mm-hmm. I mean, she's like my best friend. I feel like she's like really my life partner when it comes to life. You know what I mean? She's always just right by my side. So I love you.
You know, so many, you're at an interesting stage or phase in your life, Tia, and you've spoken about this, so we're comfortable asking you about it. But you and your husband, like a lot of couples, decided that it was better to be lived, your life's better lived apart than together.
Yes.
How did you know that it was time?
That's a really good question.
To take that route.
I knew when I really started to focus on my happiness. I feel like women, we tend to focus on everybody else's happiness, making sure that everybody else is okay, meaning our children. Meaning, you know, our children, our friends, our, family. But at the end of the day, it's about self-love. And when you start to really work on yourself, love yourself, know your value, know your worth, and then all of a sudden there's this awakening. Wow. And it's not easy. It's a hard journey. But at the end of the day, I feel like it is so worth it. So.
Yeah, wow.
Thank you.
Tia, what I think, first of all, you could hear the people saying yes and here. People at home are sitting thinking I feel this because marriage is hard.
It takes a lot of work.
And it also takes a lot of guts to know when you need to change something.
Yes, it really does.
It takes a lot of courage to say, this isn't working.
Yeah.
Was there a moment where you knew, I have to do something different?
Yes, I feel like when I started to, again, like I said, focus on myself, but there was this sadness. And I knew that life is short. I had actually, lost my grandmother. We had lost Elena Housley. And both of them at the same time, there was just an aha moment in me where I said, you know what? You need to tap in, see what's really going on with your happiness. Life is short. Let's go. Let's start working on you and really focusing on what really, really matters here, which is at the end of the day, your peace, your joy, and your happiness. So I would say that. And I was in therapy as well.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of therapy. So it was all of that, together that gave me that, aha moment.
What were you the most afraid of stepping in? Because you're stepping in. Because some people, when you say, "Oh, my husband and I are going our separate ways," they go, "Oh no, oh that's sad." But you actually see this as
a celebration.
A celebration.
I really do. I look at it as one of my friends, she sent this beautiful letter to me from a woman who got a divorce. And it's all about, this perspective, in my opinion, and just changing the narrative. My marriage was a success.
Yeah.
I look at it as like a curriculum when you're in college or high school, right? You're learning, you're growing, you're evolving, you're creating. And I was able to create with Corey some beautiful, amazing children. And at the end of that curriculum, and at the end, there's a graduation, there's a celebration. So that's basically, how I'm looking at it now. And I feel like people when they look at marriage, that success equals longevity. But no, at the end of the day, it's, are they happy? Are they thriving? Are they growing? And I feel like that is what is most important. It's not about staying in something because however long you are in that situation, that equals success. It's about really, again, are you happy? Because life is really short.
Yeah.
It's like a blank.
I mean, you are... Your resilience and strength is really beautiful. And I know that one of the things you love with your kids is to travel. You have a new project. Tell us a little bit about it.
I have an amazing partnership. I'm very excited about it. It's the Chase Marriott Bonvoy Boundless card partnership. And I love traveling with my kids. You know, I feel like when you travel, you learn, you grow, you learn more about myself. And, you know, the card basically empowers that traveling experience because, you know, with the card, I can earn points not only towards like hotel stays, but also like doing every, you know, day purchases, like, you know, going to the gas station, grocery store, going to dinner. And I'm a busy working mom, and it's nice to know that I don't have to worry about, you know, earning these points towards our next amazing trip. But traveling to me, I love with my children, I love seeing their faces just light up. And I, again, personally feel like creating memories and experiences are more important than material things. Because nobody can take away your memories and your experiences. So
that's so right.
We love.
Well, we want to say we want you to be here all day.
Yes.
We're so enjoying watching you grow.
Tia, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I love hanging out with you guys.
We adore you. Come back, please.
Thank you.
Coming up next, HGTV's newest movie stars. Yeah, we said movie stars. Ben and Erin Napier.
The design duo here to help us with our big holiday gatherings. Coming up after this.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to go spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back now with HGTV's hometown stars, Ben and Erin Napier. They are here to help you stress less this Thanksgiving, especially if you're going to have a packed house.
Okay, and they're already getting into the holiday spirit, starring, y'all. They are movie stars in the first ever scripted movie for HGTV. It's called A Christmas Open House, where they play what else? A design duo.
Wait, do you look at you guys are on a rocket ship. First of all, you're on the cover of People magazine.
Yo, what is happening?
We don't know.
That's a great question.
It all kind of snuck up on us, so.
This all happened like at once. Seriously, the cover of People and the movie and the CMAs. We didn't know about that until like 2 weeks ago, and then you're on it, and then here we are. And
Can we talk about the movie star part of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all are acting. You're memorizing sides and lines.
Barely.
What are you?
Are y'all the stars?
Are you all?
No, we're not.
Who are you in the movie?
So I play Henry Wright, an avid fisherman, woodworking expert, married
familiar.
to the incredible Sarah Wright, an artist, design expert.
We're really playing ourselves.
Yeah.
No, we're Henry and Sarah Wright.
With different names.
Yeah.
Do y'all ever use Henry and Sarah when you need it? Oh. You know what I mean?
Listen, I was worried, what if they gave us really terrible names?
Yes.
Oh my God.
But these were good. These are great names.
All right.
Yes.
So a lot of people are having housefulls at their house for Thanksgiving, and one of the first things we notice is we don't have enough seating for
I wish
them.
we could show you a picture of Hoda's thing because we live in apartments. You're putting chairs everywhere.
Yes, folding chairs
So
from outside.
Where
our
should we
family
start?
get-togethers, my side of the family
Yeah.
especially, is huge.
Tons of kids.
And so this is something we like to do. It's an easy cheat.
What is this?
So this is a banquette.
Oh,
It's
okay.
built in. I built the one that's in our house. That'll be
Can
on
we
an
see a
episode
picture
coming
of
up.
this?
Yes,
There it
coming
is.
up. That's
No,
in
that's
Ben's
not-
little brother's house. That's our house.
That's our house.
Yeah.
The first one was my brother Jesse's house.
Okay.
But this is like prime time kid spot. You can pack
Okay.
like 10 kids
Right here.
on a
Or like
banquette.
5
And
naked
this
kids.
opens, is that right?
That's right. You have
It does
storage
open to the
underneath.
You have storage underneath. So
So you
Okay.
can build one yourself, but they make prefab units that you can build into your house. Or
You can go to like
what?
a thrift store and get like an old church pew or something.
Yeah.
here.
and just
Yeah.
lay it down.
Just
That's
set
so
it in there.
smart.
You don't
Yes.
need, do you connect the church pew?
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
You can.
All right, now y'all are telling Hoda and me that we can actually reupholster our own chairs.
Okay.
You
Has
can.
anybody ever done this?
No.
All right. So these typically have 4 screws that hold them on.
Okay, that's
All right.
it.
That's
You can
it.
do that,
Okay,
right?
we got that.
we can all do this.
All right. So
Okay.
you just lay it on here, flip
Okay.
it over,
So like,
reattach it.
you can do a quick like
Oh,
holiday
so you-
switch out,
Oh,
but
you
not like
add on top of it. You don't
can
take
like-
off the old one.
Yeah, you can just put this on top of it, and
you
then
don't even sew it. You just fold it in there?
and
You
then
just fold
staple
it. And like at your corner, you do a little.
Staple it.
No, you don't.
How do you,
You
get it
can
to stick?
staple it.
Oh, staple it.
Oh.
can.
Or you can glue it.
You can
I
staple
thought
it.
you were just folding it over and putting it on just for the holiday.
I bet you could.
Yeah, but you could, and then you can pop it off, and then you have your old cushions back for the rest of the year. So you do
Okay.
something special
So
or
it
different.
looks, yeah.
So
okay.
it looks Thanksgiving-y.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Look
Yeah,
at that Thanksgiving copper.
By the
Yeah,
way,
it's
that looks, that
gorgeous.
does look good.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Doesn't that look good?
Yeah, it looks real good.
But I guess you could staple it.
Okay, so this is an idea, but I absolutely hate these.
What?
Well, why?
I'm big and
He's a
tall and
giant.
heavy.
But I
So-
like a poof. And our kids
They're
like
called
a poof.
Yeah. So it's extra seating.
Get
Yes.
yourself
An
a
ottoman.
cushy poof.
Okay.
But only if you're of a certain size.
Yeah.
The giants in your family might not love
So
them,
you
but
don't like that.
so
I don't like that for me.
but if you have them around the house, you just pull them out.
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
you just
tons
need
of seating,
seating.
and then you can find ottomans that have storage also, and then you can find
Look at this.
stackable
Oh,
cushions.
that's so smart.
You can untie it and yeah.
And those are fun for like movie nights and
they
stuff.
are fun.
Yes.
Oh,
this
now-
is really the kid-friendly seating.
Yes.
Well, you guys, congratulations on all your
Thank-
success.
I mean,
your cover of
y'all are
People, your
stars.
movies,
No.
the rest.
Y'all
Yes,
stars. And
you
we
are.
love you, and remember you came here first.
Before you were
do
famous.
We do.
Okay, a Christmas open house is available on Discovery Plus. And y'all, don't worry, new episodes of Hometown return to HGTV and Discovery Plus on Sunday, December 4th.
Coming up next, a great Thanksgiving debate. Comedian Heather McMahon will weigh in coming up right after this.
Oh, yes, she will. She's so funny.
She's with all this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So sometimes Jenna and I like to to hash out our differences of opinion, and we could use a little help. So it's time to play the Great Debate Thanksgiving Edition.
Here to host, y'all, is one of our very favorite comedian, Heather McMahon. Heather is on a giant rocket ship to stardom.
Yes. By the way,
playing Radio City.
I'm playing Radio City.
June 17th. This is crazy. I mean, if you look at Heather's Instagram page, the crowds she attracts, the crazy fans. Y'all fans of Heather?
Yeah.
Y'all are the best.
Oh my God, I love you.
Look at you.
Heather, it's so insane, and I have to tell y'all, really, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Y'all gave me my first platform, and it's because of y'all that I am playing Radio City, and
we're so happy.
Yes.
All right, shall we get to it? We're gonna debate. This is how it works. Okay, so we're gonna do a debate, and Heather, what are you gonna do?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a Thanks for that tee-up, Hoda. I'm gonna give you a Thanksgiving-related topic.
Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna be the judge. I want y'all to fight for what you believe when it comes to these very scandalous Thanksgiving topics.
I honestly feel like Heather could be Judge Judy if she had just ever stopped being a comedian.
That's another
Honestly, my mom looks just like Judge Judy, so this would work. She does.
All right, what is our first topic?
Okay, all right.
We each get 20 seconds, and we have to buzz when it's over.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, your first topic.
Okay.
Turkey, pro or con? Hoda, you're up.
Okay, of course turkey is a pro. It's Thanksgiving, for God's sake. We gather around the table. Can we at least make it this year? Can it be juicy? Slice it up, lots of gravy, cranberry sauce, cut in that first bite, mashed potatoes on top. You must have delicious turkey on Thanksgiving. It's American. You must.
Okay. Wow. That was very sensual, the way she did that.
She likes to use her hands. That doesn't mean she's going to win.
do it.
All right. No, we do not need to have Thanksgiving turkey just because we must. Just because we must. That means we have to have it. It needs to be juicy. It ain't ever juicy. It's always dry as my skin in the winter. I don't want it. I want enchiladas. I want queso. But instead, I'll have this half-baked turkey.
Okay.
I feel like you could have gone on for like 4 days about that, so we're gonna let her cool down. Now it's up to the audience. Okay, who believes Hoda? We're pro-turkey. Turkey. Okay. And Jenna? Oh. Wow.
All right.
Sorry, Martha.
Heather, where do you fall?
Okay, I gotta be honest with you. This is, oh gosh, Mom, forgive me. I'm going enchiladas for Thanksgiving. I am. I think Jenna won this one.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's get to the next one. A lot of people are traveling for the holidays. Are you an aisle seat or a window seat kind of gal? Jenna, we're gonna start with you.
All right, this is an easy one. Who don't want the window? Let's look at beautiful New York outside our window. Wow, it's glowy and magical and sparkling. I land in Texas and I cry because it reminds me of my childhood. I take a lovely nap by myself in the seat. When I sit on the aisle, I get hit with every suitcase, bag after bag. No thank you, I'm window.
Oh, okay. That was good. That was good. That was good.
But this is about to be better. Oh, are you ready?
We're ready.
Here we go. You have to go aisle because on a plane, one thing you must do is hydrate. Drink. Do you know where you need to be? On the place where you can quickly escape your seat, go to the potty, come back, drink, potty, and back and forth. That's it. Hydration is key on a flight. You must be in the aisle. Come on now, people. I need you.
This has become so unhinged, and I'm here for it. Okay. All right, let's see. Audience, a round of applause. Are we feeling Hoda? Aisle seat?
Take a nap or nighty-night. Nighty-night.
That was
nighty-night.
You know what? I am fully Team Hoda. I'm a tall girl, and I pee a lot. So, yes, we're going aisle.
1-1. We got to get to the next one.
Okay, we got to get to the next one.
Final debate.
All right, final one.
This is
Okay,
for
what
the
is
win.
it?
This is for the win. Are you a fan of pumpkin pie? We're going to start back with Hoda.
Okay, are you ready?
No, come on.
Okay, here's my thing about pumpkin pie. It is flubby, the wanga. Look, I just want to show you. Look, wait, look. I want to. Wait. Here. Where's camera? Here. Where are you? Pumpkin puree. Picture Picture this. Do you want this with some crust? I don't think so. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, that wasn't necessary at the end. That was not. All right, Jenna.
Go ahead.
Did you bring a visual?
Some people might just quit right now, but not me, because let me tell you something. I have made a Libby's pumpkin pie since 1982. It was the first thing my grandma Jenna and I did in the kitchen in Midland, Texas. A pumpkin pie with a little whipped cream. It's the most delicious. Have you ever made a pie, ma'am?
No, I have not.
She has never made any pie.
No, I have
not just pumpkin, but you put a little whipped cream on it, and it's delicious. Take a bite.
I don't like it.
Take a bite.
I don't like it.
Take a bite.
All right.
Change your mind. She's open-minded.
Okay. All right.
Maybe she's not.
Let's figure out who the winner is. Are you Team Jenna? Pumpkin pie. Are you Team Hoda? That's a wrap. I think Hoda won this one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? That was so much fun.
You
We
love
win
Heather. I
just
love
because
y'all.
you were here. And be sure to check out Heather's podcast. Absolutely not. And her tickets are on sale for her tour right now. She's also playing at
the Ryman Theater, where tickets go on sale. In Nashville.
Nashville?
I'm at the Ryman in Nashville. Tickets go on sale this week.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Y'all, get your tickets quick because they sell out. All right, coming up next, singing sisters have been in the spotlight since they were teens. Allie and AJ. They performed a new song for us after this. I love it. I love it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Singing sisters Allie and AJ are having a moment. The platinum-selling recording artists are fresh off an international tour, and they're about to hit the road one more time.
Today, they're dropping a new music video for their song With Love From, which is the title track of their upcoming album. And here they are, Allie and AJ singing With Love From. Take it away, y'all.
I'm hiding out in misery, not happy anywhere. I had it all in front of me, I didn't even care.
that this is your first time on the Today Show since you guys were kids?
No, we didn't
I don't even think we did it when we were kids. No.
First time ever.
Yeah, first time ever on Today Show.
Well, you guys are so talented.
This was so worth every second.
And it's
you
a
guys.
dream. I'm going to go home and get my kids to start playing guitar together.
Oh, good. And have them come to our show. We've got
a bunch of tickets on sale. We're coming to the Greek Theater, Ryman.
Amazing.
Oh, the Ryman?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, guys, get the tickets now.
We just heard someone else is going to the Ryman.
Yeah. We should all go together.
Done. Doing a trip.
Ali and AJ's new single with Love From is out now.
We'll be back right after. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Thank you to our sponsor, Expedia, for this entire week of shows. We're having so much fun.
Oh my gosh, the most fun. And tomorrow, even more fun. The great Jeff Goldblum will be here.
Top Gun star Glenn Powell.
And Donna in Paris.
Have a great day, everybody.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the Stomping Ground of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking into somebody's home they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking up. And I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, it always works well.
What's really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. And then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the
Mine
big
is-
ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's backbreaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There's more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it's been pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
Be one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our Warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm Black on my mother's side. And pretty much just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Papi Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
Were you able to ad-lib a little bit?
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed by me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a a Baltimore favorite and then, make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of a
and
street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well,
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
right,
exactly.
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
Not too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect, perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
And Lori, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done.
Faster than I did.
Wow. Wow. It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
And
the
something
inside.
crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So we want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
it.
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today, I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago. And that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily. And I got a chance to give it a try, or a press. They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did. The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing.
So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same.
Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you.
Okay.
They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some McIntosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes free.
like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay. And the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp.
With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college.
Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple pick? Because I thought this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with.
Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I only have pies for you. American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape. Then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julian's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julian now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
No, everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julian, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
How do you make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by Kay.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by Kay as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch. My favorite flavor is turtle.
I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by Kay officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely going to support it. It's going to become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty.
In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
And this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate-dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the Carnival. The Turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was apple.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake.
I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness. It is truly the most wonderful time of the year, spending time with family, friends, and the people we love. And how do you show that love? Why, with some sweet treats, of course.
Sweets are great. You really can't say no to sweets.
Our holidays revolve around food. Everything is food.
All the good food, the sweets, the cookies.
The treats, the candy, the cakes, the pies. I could go on for a long time.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. One of my favorite holiday traditions is coming to see this fabulous Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. And folks from all around the country love doing it too. And speaking of from all around the country, there's a baker in Brooklyn who's bringing a little taste of Mexico to everyone who wants it. Don Paco Lopez Panaderia has been serving up fresh Mexican pastries for 30 years, and its customers have been lining up for just as long.
I've been coming here since they opened. They're very well known in the neighborhood, very nice.
Well, I've been a customer since I was about 5 years old. I've been coming to Don Paco since I was very small, maybe like 3 or 4 years old. And now I teach across the street, so I come every morning before work.
So they're gonna treat you like family.
That's because they are family. Hello, Miguel.
Oh,
how are you, sir?
Bienvenido to Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
Ah, gracias. This bakery isn't run by just one person, but 8 siblings, their parents, and extended family.
Para mí es importante dar un buen saludo, una sonrisa, desearles un buen día.
Everybody has to be involved one way or another.
And at this time of the year, it's all hands on deck because one of their most popular treats, Rosca de Reyes, or King's Bread, reigns supreme. On January 6th, many Mexican families enjoy this traditional sweetbread decorated with candied fruits and a little baby doll hidden inside.
It's a reference to Jesus Christ, so it's about celebration.
A celebration called King's Day, which marks the 3 wise men's visit to the manger. Now, if this sounds familiar, that's because New Orleans' famous king cake shares the same Catholic roots dating back to medieval France. For the Lopez's, it's more than just a holiday. It's the bakery's busiest time of year, so everyone grabs an apron to help out.
We reunite for Rosca de Reyes instead of Thanksgiving or...
So you know you're going to see your whole family at least once a year.
Once a year, yeah. I can see my father and my mom very proud to see everybody. It's working 24 hours. We're talking about 30 family members coming and do the Rosca de Reyes.
Todos nos reunimos a veces después de no vernos tanto tiempo y todos participamos en un día muy especial y es un día bendecido para todos.
What's it like working with family? Because that's a great thing, but sometimes maybe not such a great thing.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we don't agree with everything, but the most important thing is that at the end of any discussion, goodbye, I love you. It's something that we have that from our parents.
And that's not the only lesson that's been passed down in the Lopez family. The knack for baking goes back generations as well. Miguel's grandfather was a baker in Acatlán de Osorio, a small town in Mexico. He passed on his craft to his son Francisco, Miguel's dad, who later moved here to New York City with his family.
My father immigrated in 1972, 73, and he started working in the restaurant business as a dishwasher.
But the dream of baking bread and pastries never left him. That's when his kids stepped in. Together, they opened Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
We said, why not to open a bakery? So we started in 1991, we opened the business.
To survive for 3 decades, not just survive, but to do so well, to be such a part of the community, takes something special. What is it about this place that's so special?
That everything that we make, everything that we bake or cook in this place, we do it with pride, with so much love.
And that family pride is clear in their recipes. So it was time for me to try my hand at making their popular holiday treat. So Miguel, who are these youngsters here?
Oh, look, Don Paco Lopez, my father.
Señor?
My mom, Leonela Lopez.
Señora.
Mucho gusto.
Does he remember making his first rosca?
¿Usted se acuerda cuando hizo la primera rosca de Reyes? ¿Cuántos años tenía? 8 years old.
You were 8 years old.
His father, my grandfather, he used to put a wood box so he can reach the table and teach him how to make rosca de reyes.
Who's the better baker, him or you? Yeah. That's right, baby. Yeah, still the original.
Now it's rosca time. The first step is creating the ring of dough.
Do it like this.
Oh yeah, that's a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of bread.
And after we have it, we put it upside down to hide baby Jesus.
All right. So everybody knows there's a baby Jesus in there, because you're taking a bite and all of a sudden, ooh.
Oh, no.
Nobody wants to bite baby Jesus.
Making rosca is hard work, and it takes everybody in the family to meet customers' demand.
How many will you do in a day, Miguel?
To satisfy our demand, they have to be almost 2,000.
2 dozen?
2,000.
2,000 a day?
Yeah, 2,000
Wow.
a day. Very good, Hal. But any chance you're looking for another job?
One of the siblings don't show up, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. That's good that we have in record. We decorate the rosca de reyes. I prefer to start with the cherries. Then I can start with the orange peel. So basically, it's to make colors around. Look at that! It's beautiful.
Ta-da! Ah, it's a thing of beauty. And so once you've done this, then do you put it into the oven right away?
No, they have to sit. They have to proof. At least like 20 minutes. Depends how the weather is.
That affects the proofing.
Yeah, definitely.
See, that's why you need a weatherman to work.
Oh yeah, that's why you're here.
After the sweetbread sits, time to go into the oven.
If I can ask your mom, what does it mean to pass this tradition on?
For her, is very proud to pass to the next generation.
Well, it's obviously in good hands.
And I mean many hands.
And I believe you've got a few other family members you want to bring?
Just very
One or
small.
two? Just a couple?
Coming in, guys.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Wow, look at this.
Oh, do you know?
And they're still coming. And they're still coming. Wow. My gosh.
The small family of Don Paco Lopez.
Wow. This is one heck of a nice, sweet family. I guess we should all try a little piece.
Don't forget, if you get baby Jesus, you have to throw a party.
You have to throw a party.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I hope.
So if your father. Whoa! I didn't see that. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well. All right. Party at my place.
This.
Here's to a wonderful tradition. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Salud. Gracias.
De nada.
Up next, the delicious reason Philadelphians line up outside this Italian bakery every Christmas Eve.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When you think Christmas treats, you usually think fruitcake or Christmas cookies. But if you're in the city of brotherly love, cannolis are synonymous with Christmas.
Philly is known to be full of grit. We'll get through anything.
No one knows that better than Termini Brothers Bakery. Over the last 100 years, this family-owned shop has faced a Great Depression and a global pandemic. But for them, there's no challenge bigger than the holidays.
The Super Bowl for us every year is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve at Termini's is something that is of its own.
We got a long line of folks here that have been waiting for a long time to get these, and people wait all year for this special day.
Every year on December 24th, hundreds of people wrap around the block to be among the first to grab a classic Italian treat for their holiday celebration.
I mean, people drive from Baltimore, they drive from Boston. We've even had people fly in from California to be here, to be in that line.
People are lining up at the front door at 12 o'clock at night, and they'll sit there with chairs and food. When we open the door at 6 o'clock, we bring everybody in. We're hugging, we're kissing, we have music.
People that are unaccustomed to, what Christmas Eve at Termini's is, ask questions like, are people crazy? Is it that good? And they miss the point of why people are outside. It's a sense of community. It's a Philly thing.
As Philly, some say, as their famous cannoli.
There's many, many products that we make that are special to so many different people here. But nothing is more dynamic or special to our customers than our cannolis.
Gotta come and get the cannolis, best cannolis around.
The shell is never soggy, and it's cream-based, and it's got these little chocolates in it, and it's just absolutely perfect.
They taste that tradition, they taste that flavor. It's hard to find and hard to duplicate a Termini cannoli.
Perfect.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, we are going to make probably about 4,500 cannolis today. Hearing my grandfather's story about how much passion he had with these recipes, being that they came from his hometown in Sicily, it forces you to realize that this isn't just a product, this is a legacy. And it needs to be handled with respect and care.
The legacy of the bakery dating back to the early 1920s, when Giuseppe Termini immigrated to America from his home in Italy and joined his brother Gaetano here in Philadelphia.
He left his family and everything that he knew to come to a country he knew nothing about, didn't speak the language, had no idea about what he was walking into. Somehow found a way with his brother to be able to start just a little tiny kitchen, and brick by brick grew this business into something that he can pass on to his son.
After opening its doors on this same street in 1921, Termini Brothers quickly became the go-to place for all types of cakes, cookies, and of course, cannoli.
Giuseppe Termini turned his little corner bakery into a landmark of sweet sentiment.
How are you, Mr. Termini? Okay?
Yeah. People would say, "What's your secret?" And he didn't get into a real long-winded thing. His answer was, make good stuff.
Just make good stuff.
That's all. It was very admirable. Even in his later days, when he was in his 90s, he was working 7 days a week. When the store was closed, he would sit here in the store. This was his life. This was his life.
Giuseppe taught the business to his only son, Vincent Sr., who would later grow up running the bakery. His sons, Joseph and Vincent Jr., were by his side, learning the family trade.
We realized we have something very, very special here. So we kind of knew as we got older that this was the path that we wanted to take.
Before long, it was time for them to live up to the Termini Brothers name and take over as new owners.
My father has that Sicilian Philly blood in him. He's a stickler to the rules. You know, it took him a little bit of time to really trust what Vinny and I are doing here. I remember when we were first shipping out our cannolis, he was so happy to look at the addresses and see where they were going.
Today's a little warm up, 500 or 600. In about 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be looking at about maybe 2,000, 2,200 boxes.
And he was going, I can't believe it. It's going to Arizona, it's going to California. Look, this one's going to Hawaii. And, you know, I think it was at that point that my father had 100% trust that the business was going in the right direction.
Although some things have changed over the last century, a lot has stayed the same.
But this was my grandfather's favorite machine. Is it the most efficient? No. Is it cranky in the morning? Yes. It's like an old man, this machine. But all of these, the benches, our steam kettles, you know, our gas stove, they're all original.
Another constant over the years, Philadelphians' love for Terminis. Literally.
It's our wedding day, so we figured we'd do what we enjoy.
We've tried many cannolis in the area, and probably these are the best by far.
Now Joseph and Vincent Jr. are adding their own chapter to the bakery's story, preparing to reopen at its original location across the street, turning it into a small cafe.
It says, on this spot the tradition began. Termini Brothers Pasticceria, founded March 19th, 1921.
This is where it all started. This is where it was in 1921. It was the two brothers, and they used to bake in the back.
These were the original light fixtures that my grandfather had. Took very, very good care of them because they're very rare.
So this is the original deed. This is the kind of artifact that we're planning on putting up.
But for now, time to get ready for another Christmas Eve. Termini's 100th to be exact.
It's probably the most stressful 15 minutes of the entire year when we're getting ready to open that door. Is it not?
It is. And it's the same people every year, and then it adds on. You know, so if you can imagine over the last 100 years, the line's like down the block. We look at this line at Christmas Eve like they're a part of our family.
And I also enjoy Christmas Eve at the end. We normally gather around with our staff, everybody, because this is a team effort, a family effort. And without everybody putting their lives on hold for a period of time to make this family tradition so special, it would never happen.
Then I get a text from you every year saying, yo, bro, did great. So proud of you. I can't believe you got through it. And, you know, it's a tremendous feeling.
Goes to show nothing's too tough with a little Philadelphian grit and your bro by your side.
Working with my brother is truly an honor. I can't even put into words what it feels like to know that regardless of opinions or disagreements or different philosophies, that there is always somebody there that has your back, no matter what.
I can't imagine like one person, you know, taking over a third generation business and not having a sibling to lean on or count on. I love that I get to work with my brother every day.
Coming up, an old-fashioned holiday craft finding a new generation of fans on TikTok.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to go spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Man, I gotta tell you, on TikTok, Logan's Candies, 5 million of you love their videos. And guess what? Probably almost as many love their candies for decades. But what they're known for this time of year? Candy canes.
Let's all give a big round of applause for candy cane number 1, live and in color. There it is. And by December 24th, we'll have made about 100,000 candy canes one by one, just like you're watching right now.
Wow. He's TikTok's very own Willy Wonka. On an app where the only rule is to keep things short and sweet, these eye-catching videos have racked up millions of views.
That's actually a pretty good video.
Jerry Rowley is the candy-making star and owner of Logan's Candies. His daughter, Abby, the mastermind behind the camera.
She came to me and said, Dad, there's this social media out there called TikTok. I thought we should get in, and I didn't really know what that was.
We're going to start counting out our stripes. As always, we're going to begin with stripe number
1. I never intended it to be this, marketing thing or this, this huge thing. I was just like, I'll just post some videos and see what happens. I think it was just something that people had never really seen before. It was like, there's nothing else really like it.
Now millions of folks follow Logan's to watch Jerry pull, fold, and bend all sorts of candy canes by hand.
Within about 72 hours, we had over 25 million views. And it was just unbelievable. We couldn't believe it took off like that. But it's just been amazing for the store. We've seen a big growth in our shipping and even just people coming in.
We want to get him like a shirt or something that says I'm TikTok famous. Next up, the candy man himself. Eat this. What flavor is it?
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that flavor.
Well, mostly just the TikTok videos were really fun to watch. And the way that they made the candy, I thought it'd be really fun to come try homemade candy because I've never had that before.
People definitely will recognize him. He thinks it's so funny and strange, and I do too.
While the internet craze may be new, Logan's Candies has been perfecting its craft since 1933.
We hand make all our candies here the old-fashioned way. We have the original recipes that we've been using for 87 years.
So we're just going to begin to pull this out here a little bit. Give it a little tug, a little pull, a little stretch. When we get it just the right length and thickness, we're going to give it a little twist. And right before your very eyes, we have created the candy cane. By the time we're done, we're going to fill up this entire table, and we'll make about 400 candy canes this size out of the one batch.
Jerry developing a sweet tooth for the business at just 12 years old when the store's original owners hired him.
So I rolled candy canes that first year and bagged candy canes, and then the next year I started learning to bend the candy canes.
By the time he was in college, he was hooked. So when an opportunity to buy the business came along, Jerry and his then girlfriend Susie decided to take it on.
We actually started dating about 2 weeks before I bought the store. We got married in 1985, and then we've just been running it together ever since.
We were just babies running the candy store. I was still in school. I was only 16, so I would get out of school early and come right to work.
The Logans, the family that started the business, trusted the Rowleys to carry on their sweet legacy.
And the wife was still working here when Jerry took over. Then they would say, "Oh, we're so thankful that you guys got the candy store because you're doing it like we did." And they were just so thrilled.
40 years later, the Rowleys have preserved the store's traditions. And with their daughter Abby by their side, that sense of family has stayed strong as well.
I have a lot of good memories just of being like a little kid in a candy store. I would hide under the table over there, and then I'd just come out to give samples. I would like wait for my cue. Then once I started, when I could see over the table, that's when I started working on the table.
Logan's Candies makes over 200 treats, but their candy canes remain the most popular all year long.
There's St. Patty's Day. We do shamrocks for Easter or springtime. That's a little bunny head, candy cane basket. Do those for Mother's Day and Easter. Star of David's for Hanukkah.
There's also one other candy cane they make that has a very special meaning.
We're making the Hannah cane here, which is named after our first daughter, Hannah.
After waiting nearly 10 years to have children, the Rowleys created a candy cane to celebrate the momentous occasion.
The burgundy and white, they're beautiful and they're very special. And we made them the year she was born, not knowing that she would only have a very short life. Oh my gosh. Hannah, she was amazing. Hannah loved the candy store. She just loved sharing the candy with everybody.
But when Hannah was just 3 years old, she was diagnosed with leukemia.
It was always amazing to me that she just had such faith. And she would tell me, "Mom, if I were to die, then I don't want you to spend all your days crying. I want you to take care of Abby. I want you to laugh." She didn't want me to be devastated because she knows where she was going and she wasn't going to be in any pain anymore. So she was really amazing that way.
Sadly, passing away just 5 years later.
My heart will always be broken. I'll be missing Hannah until the day we're reunited, but I'm so thankful that we had her.
The Rowleys' love for Hannah is apparent everywhere you look.
26 years later, we still make the candy canes, and we still call them the Hannah canes.
And their love for this time of year shines through as well.
I like coming to Logan's because it makes you excited that it's Christmas time and the fresh homemade candy canes and everything.
I drive in to get them every year for Christmas. My whole family loves them.
We've continued to help other people have really wonderful family memories for the holidays.
We realize we're part of Christmas for everybody. So many families coming in 20, 30 years in a row. We're watching the grandkids grow up, the kids grow up. It's just amazing. And they just keep coming back to make it a family tradition.
Who else can say they do this? Who else can do this with their family?
It's those traditions filled with love, family, and food, of course, that make the holidays all the more sweeter. New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great to
guys.
have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
Your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish, When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon. But the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ & Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, I mean, it's almost
Look at that.
translucent.
Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right, so I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically,
a very
more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound
It's
Yiddish.
not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now, there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters.
It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large, so traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional locks, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down.
After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say
if he could see all of it. I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way.
Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our Alchemy Cashew Cream Cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox.
How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay,
by
all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling it. Okay, now,
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
so I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Another secret ingredient?
definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon.
And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future!
A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
Alrighty, dear listeners, we've reached that part of the meal that for many is the piece de resistance of a Thanksgiving spread, the bird. So to tackle such a monumental dish, we have brought in one of the culinary world's true rising stars, chef and writer Sola El-Waylly. Now, you may have seen some of her very popular YouTube videos on a variety of channels, including New York Times Cooking. She also has a new show on history titled